Okay.
Izandla zihlala ziphakamisa imisindo emisha sifinyelele kupheleni komgwaqo sijabule usuku lube isikhumbuzo senjabulo enkulu. Hamba hamba
Exactly.
Panelists.
We are very serious.
Yes.
Yeah, so as we are saying,
ithawula umoya osheshayo, izinyoni zidlula phezulu zigule izwi lokhuthaza. Abantu abaphakathi kwamanzi bahleka ngenkani, izimpofoma zikude zikhuluma nathi. Amaphododo ayashesha njengemikhomo edlamanzi, izwi lethu liyahamba ngokuhambisana nezinduku. Amagagasi aphendula ngezwi elikhulu. Ilanga likhanyisa amanzi abe isibuko esikhulu, ubuso buhleka phakathi kokukhathala. Sifika okwini sigcwele izwi lokunqoba, umja uba ingoma yenkumbulo yethu. Shaya amanzi, shaya amanzi ngokushesha, izandla ziyahlanga nomoya womfula. Sihamba ngokuvumelana kwamamakazi, umjawu uyaqhubeka kuze kube sekupheleni. Shaya amanzi, shaya amanzi ngokushesha, izandla ziyahlangana nomoya womfula. Sihamba ngokuvumelana kwamakazi, umjawu uyaqhubeka kuze kube sekupheleni. Umphakathi ukhore duze kwekhaya elikhulu, izihlahla zikhokiswe izintambo ezimibalabala. Abesifazane bakhuma begqokile izembatho ezikhanyayo, izandla zishaya zigubu ngokulingana okuhle. Sijikeleza, sijikeleze duze komshado, amazwi ahlekisayo ahlangana nomvulo, izinyawo zikhuma njengeziphiko zomoya, usuku lugcwele ingoma engenamkhawulo. izibulo zikubene. Ngaphakathi kwekhukhwane kukhona izingoma ezindala. Ngaphandle izigubhu zishaya kuze kuphume uthuli. Abantu bayajabula kuze kube sekupheleni kosuku. Umshado uba yinkumbululo ehlala njalo. Sijiyekeza, sijikeleza duze komshado. Amazwi ahlekisayo ahlangana nomkhulu. Izinyawo zikhuma njengeziphiko zomoya. Usuku lukuthwela ingoma engenamkhawulolo. Izindlela zikwala imisindo emisha nengoma. Abakhokhi bamaski badansa phakathi kwezibani ezinkulu. Amaphethini aqame emaskini aphenduka isigubhu. Amazwi ahamba njengomoya oshisa izihlahla. Phakamisa ikhanda uhombise umbala wakho. Izandla zidlalisa izinsimbi ezimnandi. Imisindo idlula phakathi kwabantu abahle. Ubuso bufihliwe webuhleka ngaphansi kokukhanya. Izilwane zomdanso zikujunywe ngamatambo esikawu. Amakholo ashubene namatoni omthulo. Amaphodwa mancane agcwala amanzi akuba emgwaqeni. Izintambo zikhanya njengamaphetshana egolide. Abagijimi baphethe izibani eziphenduka izinkanyezi. Izinkola zikhanya phakathi kokusokozela kwabantu. Umlayezo wokuhlangana udlula ngezwi lomkhulu. Izinyawo zishintsha phakathi kwamakholo ahlabayo. Amakhanda athwele izimbali ezibomvu neziluhlaza. Abantu bagcwalisa umjikelezo omkhulu wezwi. Umoya wokugubha ukugcwala yonke indawo. Phakamisa ikhanda ukhombise umbala wakho. Izandla zidlalisa izinsimbi ezimnandi. Imisindo idlula phakathi kwabantu abahle. Ubuso bufihliwe buhleka ngaphansi kokukhanya. isikhathi sokudansa, abantane bagijima behleka phakathi kwekloklo. Imifula ikhula ngokuvumelana nabantu, izinkanyezi zibuka ngenhlonipho phezulu. Ngiyahlekisayo, abathengisi bembatha izingubo ezimibalabala, izingane zidlala phakathi kwezinkundla zomphakathi, izandla zishaya izigubhu ngasohlangothini lomfula. Denga ingoma ekhaya, vuza umkhulu njengamanzi akhothekile, phatha umoya wakuhleka emathinini yakho, imakethe igcwele ukunyakaza nokuhleka. izilwane ziyazungeza phezulu njengabahloli. Amaphunga ezithelo asanda kuvunwa agcwalisa umoya. Umkhulo udlala phakathi kwezandla zethu. Imakethe iyahlabelela kuze kube sebusuku. Senga ingoma, iyangoma, isa ekhaya, isa ekhaya. Kuza umkhulo njengamanzi, akothekile, akothekile. Hatha umoya wokuhleka kusemathinini yakho. Imakethe igcwele okunyakaza nokuhleka.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works for you. Get ClickUp AI Note Taker for your next meeting.
Mike.
1, 2, yes. Wow, beautiful sentimental music there to wind down the lunch. And I hope and I believe that all of us, we've grabbed that beautiful lunch and we are ready for the afternoon session. And we're coming to the afternoon with the morning baggage. There was a program that was supposed to happen, but we had a spillover in the interest of time. And so I want to welcome you all to the afternoon program as we wade through the conversations that are going to shape business environment in the common market for Southern and East African market. Yeah. So I don't want to take a lot of your time. I want to invite my colleague, Betty Kiptum, to take us through the discussant, the list of discussant, plus the topic. And,
Check one, one, two, check one.
The next 45 minutes before we transition into the next conversation. Thank you very much. Betty Kiptum, please take up the mantle.
Thank you, Brian. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite the tight afternoon ahead of us. So we'd like to request your cooperation, each one of you, whether you'll be presenting part of a panel or asking a question. We would like to invite you to engage in the conversations that are happening this afternoon. Our first panel this afternoon, we carried this forward from before the lunch break, and they will be discussing breaking barriers, digitalization of trade and promotion of investment. And the session will be moderated by James Ojambo, who is the chairperson at the COMESA Business Council Manufacturers Work Group. Mr. Ojambo, if you are in the room, kindly join me on stage. There he is. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to stage. Kindly, we have taken our lunch. We must be full and energetic now, surely. Thank you, Mr. Ojambo. Next, we have COMESA Secretariat Ambassador Dr. Mohamed Kada, who is the COMESA Assistant Secretary General in charge of programs. Kindly join me on stage as well. Right, the next person is Mr. Billy Ngumi, who is the Manager Trade Facilitation at the Kenya Trade Network Agency. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. The next panelist is Mr. Daniel Katumba, Manager Client Relations at African Export-Import Bank. Let's also celebrate him as he makes his way to the stage, if he's in the room kindly. Mr. Daniel Katumba, make your way to the stage. There he is, thank you very much. Next is Ms. Flois Mukabana, Chief Executive Office at Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. Ms. Flois Mukabana, kindly make your way to the stage to join the rest of the panelists. And last but not least is Mr. Fanuel Kidenda, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Kenya Commodity Exchange. This particular panel, as I had mentioned, right there on your screen, you can see they will be discussing breaking barriers, digitalization of trade, and promotion of investment. At this point, let me invite Mr. James Ojambo, who will be chairing this particular panel, the KBC Manufacturers Work Group, to take over. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I know we've just had lunch and people are still trickling in slowly, but in the interest of time, we'll continue. I'm still waiting for one of the panelists to join us. As it was mentioned, my name is James Ojiambo. I chair the manufacturers work group at the COMESA Business Council. We are doing a lot of work there in terms of business facilitation advocacy. So we welcome all manufacturers, whether SMEs or big multinationals. Please join us. There's a lot of conversation going on about how to promote manufacturing in the region and to facilitate trade. So because time is really very limited, it's very tight. As it was mentioned, this session was supposed to have taken place in the morning. So we'll try to really manage time as much as possible. I will just highlight the key areas that this session will cover, because it's already in the morning. There was a lot of conversation, a lot of presenters and even our leaders have highlighted the benefits and the importance of unlocking trade in the region through the digitization. So this session is very specific, and it will look at especially areas like to examine how digital facilitation can reduce transaction costs and accelerate cross-border commerce. The session is supposed to also showcase successful single-window systems, e-commerce platforms, and digital payment solutions, and also discuss policy harmonization and regulatory frameworks for digital finance system. We'll also look at exploring innovative trade finance mechanisms and customs modernization initiatives. And lastly, we'll look at identifying practical barriers and solutions for scaling digital trade across COMESA member states. So I will specifically mention or highlight the statistics that bring out the gaps, which will be addressed by our panelists. Of course, as it was mentioned earlier, intra-COMESA trade is still very low. It's stuck at 7%, against an average of 19% for developing countries. So it's still very low. This one needs to be addressed. We need to get moving to unlock the trade. And this actually is an opportunity of the size of 200 billion USD that needs to be unlocked. So the current status in COMESA, if you look at the current status in COMESA, only 12 out of 21 COMESA countries have functional single window systems. And Kenya is one of them. We have our brother here who will talk about what they are doing. Electronic certificates of origin are implemented only in 8 member states out of 21. Cross-border digital payments are limited to only 15% transactions. Time to export averages 18 days versus the OECD average recommended 10 days. Trade across border costs 15.1% value versus 7.8% globally. So it means we still have a lot of inefficiencies in cross-border trade. Customs processing delays cost around 2.5 billion annually. So all these are gaps that can be addressed through digitizing trade in COMESA. Digitization can reduce transaction costs by 30% and processing times by 50%. With 2.1 billion in fintech investments flowing into our region, and e-commerce growing by 35% annually. This positions COMESA to grow and leapfrog traditional trade barriers. When we talk about breaking barriers, I'll just give an example, for example. It means we are creating seamless digital corridors where a manufacturer in Zambia can instantly connect with buyers in Egypt. A coffee farmer in Burundi can access European markets through blockchain verified quality certificates, and where cross-border payments flow as easily as domestic transfers. So really, there's a huge potential to unlock there. So as I mentioned, the session will explore how single window systems, e-commerce platforms, regulatory sandboxes, and digital trade finance are already transforming commerce across our region, and how we can scale this innovation to achieve our target of 25% intra-regional trade by 2030. Remember, we are still at 7% where we are stuck, and we seriously need to think of how to unlock the potential. So we have 4 panelists. One is yet to join. So I'll start with Mr. Billy Ngumi from Kentrade. Kentrade has been in place since 2011. I think now we're talking about 13, 14 years. So we'd like you to share with us Kentrade's impact, integration with regional systems, lesson learned, and best practices. And specifically, because of time, let me just read out the question that you can discuss. So Kentrade has reduced cargo clearance times from 14 to 4 days. Briefly highlight what the system does, and with Kenya handling 70% of EAC trade, how can single window model adapt to other COMESA countries? And then maybe you can also share on how there can be interlinkages with the other countries, so that we have one system that is working across the board, across COMESA. Because of time, I think probably you can do this in 3 minutes or 4 minutes maximum, so that we can go around and then we have opportunity for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Before I go straight to the question, just to introduce Kentrade, which is a state corporation mandated to operate and operationalize the National Electronic Single Window. And this is a concept which brings on board all logistic players when it comes to international trade. We have the government agencies, regulatory agencies, we have the private sector, the merchants, those are the importers and exporters, and also the customs brokers. They converge through the single window system. So what we have done in Kenya, and has been highlighted by reducing the number of days from 14 to 4 days, is that we were able to bring on board over 40 government agencies, harmonizing, simplifying, and also engineering their processes, just to make sure that the processes are efficient. We have further enabled electronic submission of licenses, permits, and certificates through the National Electronic Single Window, including payments, all the payments related to those permits and certificates. We have integrated with the various government agencies, key being the Kenya Customs, KRA, for seamless exchange of trade clearance information. And with this has enabled electronic cargo clearance. So in Kenya, the era where people used to clear consignments using physical documents is no longer happening. We have electronic clearance of all goods at all entry points. And this has been achieved through the communication between all those systems. That is the single window and the customs system, including the key others to do with Kenya Bureau of Standards to facilitate the importation of standardized goods. So that has brought down the number of days from 14 to 4 days. And we are still aiming for more, and what we are doing to achieve further is by reducing and monitoring the performance of those agencies by also reducing steps and procedures that are necessary, just to make sure that the processes are efficient and they are saving cost and time when it comes to clearance of both import and export into and out of the country. Further to that, when it comes to lesson learned is that when it comes to technology, technology changes quite often. It's very dynamic, and for us as an agency, we are learning on our second generation single window. We are transitioning next year to our third generation single window. And what we have seen and listening also from our stakeholders that technology and also the business environment is changing. So we have to adopt. Right now, the main thing is artificial intelligence. The other day, we were talking about blockchain and also data analytics to complement AI. So for us as an agency, and this is a lesson learned maybe from COMESA, is that we have also incorporated blockchain into our system. We're able to transmit real-time export documents such as phytosanitary certificates, certificate of origins, customs declarations to our key markets in Europe, especially for exports. We are able to receive those documents real-time when they are approved by the respective agencies, that facilitating pre-arrival processing, reducing time and cost of doing business in the country. So further on that is that in terms of interoperability of systems, I have seen for the 21 member countries within COMESA region, we have, all the countries have systems, and we had discussion sometimes early last year that COMESA needed to come up with a central portal to facilitate exchange of information. And one of the key takeaways is that they can adopt technology like blockchain. Just the other day, we launched the Kenya e-certificate of origin, and this is a document that if we adopt a technology, moving away from the legacy way of implementing system and adopting those new technologies, they can be cheaper and faster and efficient when it comes to rolling them out, and also adoption by stakeholders. So in terms of capacity building, is also key for the member countries to learn from each other. And for the last 2 years, we have seen member countries coming coming to Kenya, especially to KenTrade, just to learn on our case how we have gone ahead and implemented the single window and all our other trade facilitation activities. And this in itself has helped them to go back and further taking the lesson that we have learned, that we have gathered in Kenya, to enhance the operations. So this is key capacity building when it comes to regional integration. In terms of policy and governance, it's key that when I heard about in the morning the first session about the COMESA Court of Arbitration. It is important that this initiative members are made aware, because this is the first time I learned about it. So in terms of policy and governance, it's important that you're able to have all-inclusive members to participate in policy and governance and harmonize issues to do with trade systems. Right now, the systems are key because they are enabling inter-country engagement when it comes to information exchange. So we need to come up with issues to do with data protection, data security, cyber security, system communication protocols, come up with or adopt already implemented protocols such as WCO, that is the World Customs Organization modeling of data, just to ensure that if we are to implement a system and we intend to exchange information with another country, then with the harmonized data models, we can be able to exchange that seamless without any challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we'll come back to you to just ask for one key recommendations on how we can roll out similar systems in the rest of the countries. I'll go back to Ambassador. Are you ready? Yeah. I'll go back to Ambassador Dr. Mohammed. We would like you to share with us COMESA's regional digital strategy Where are some of the digital tools? What are some of the digital tools that have been implemented? And of course, given that we still have a gap, only 8 out of 21 countries have implemented the electronic certificates of origin. So what are the technical policy barriers that are preventing faster rollout? And how can the Secretariat accelerate this harmonization and rollout of these single window systems or digital infrastructure across the member states?
Well, thank you very much. Allow me to start by first expressing my gratitude to join this distinguished panel. Also to thank Kenya for the hospitality of hosting us here. It's always a pleasure to be in Kenya. I would also like to recognize the presence of 2 former Secretary Generals of COMESA here. They have done a lot for COMESA. So we really very heartened to have them here join us as well. So much of the work COMESA has been doing in the area of digitalization also relates to these 2 distinguished gentlemen, former Secretary General Mr. Sindisu Nguenia and former Secretary General Mr. Erastus Muensha. COMESA has been doing a lot in the area of digitalization. I'm sure Kenya is abreast of this. A few days ago, we launched the electronic certificate of origin in Kenya. Kenya comes in line to be the 5th country to launch this after Eswatini, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. Digitalization for us is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It is the way to go. Globally, everything is getting digital. We've worked very closely with partners, including, lastly, with the EU, implementing a project called Trade Facilitation Program. I recognize also the presence of friends and partners from the EU here and thank them for their generous support to COMESA. But our journey with digitalization started long before this. Started with the border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which was the first border post to implement one-stop border post. And one-stop border post, for those who might not be familiar with it, is a concept to ensure that processing of trade transactions, meaning goods or persons crossing borders, needs to be done only once. Doesn't have to be done twice by the 2 border country authorities or agencies, different agencies. So it's a holistic concept. Now, COMESA is pioneering what we call smart borders. My colleagues from the COMESA Secretariat are here, the Director of IT and the Director of Trade and Customs. And by smart borders, we intend to go about it holistically, meaning that all the processes related to the trade transaction, including the goods, the persons, and the vehicles, are done holistically and all connected into one system so that trade can be facilitated. We can economize on time spent in those trade transactions. Because this is one of the highlighted areas in your question, I can highlight some of the areas or the tools that COMESA has helped establish in this regard. And I can first perhaps also bring to the attention to the fore that we work on 3 prongs here when it comes to digitalization. E-trade, which is related to goods and the trade transactions themselves, and e-logistics, meaning facilitation of transport and logistics, because they are holistic in terms of concept, including in what we do, the work we do along trade corridors in the continent. We usually integrate trade, transport, and logistics together. And then e-legislation, which is more about policy harmonization and regulatory harmonization. So I've already mentioned the electronic certificate of origin. We've also done a lot of work in areas of custom system modernization in COMESA member states, using the ASICUDA system, basically, and providing a lot of support to member states with support from our partners. Most of it is done with support from our partners, including the EU, JICA, USAID, and currently and lastly, Trademark Africa. We also have an operational trade portal, which is more about information related to trade, it's like hub and spokes, where national trade portals are connected to one regional platform, which gives, of course, better and easier access to all interested into information and regulatory frameworks related to trade transactions. We've launched a year ago an electronic platform or online platform for negotiations and trading services that is fully operational now. We do also in COMESA take special pride in being the only regional economic community in the continent that has a functional regional customs transit guarantee scheme. This is something that we've long had in COMESA, already operational, and now we're upscaling to the continental level in partnership with EF, CFTA, and Afrexim Bank. It's something that has been already there. Other RICs are trying to build on it and launch their own systems, but we're also upscaling it to the continental level. I can't but also refer to the yellow card, and I know the CEO of the yellow card scheme is here in the room. The yellow card is this third insurance tool for vehicles, which also facilitates trade, and this is where the concept of logistics and transport comes in very clearly. We have, jointly with the East Africa community and the SADC, we have the non-tariff barriers reporting, monitoring, and resolution mechanism, and we all know, of course, here in the room as trade practitioners, how important non-tariff barriers are. Need to address them as fast as possible. Some of them get addressed smoothly, some of them hang in there for some time, but we always take them very seriously. We also have, I don't know if we have in the room my colleague, the executive director of the clearing house, COMESA's clearing house. She's working now currently, and in fact this is a joint exercise. It's been also contributed to a big time by the COMESA Business Council. We're developing in close collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation what we call the Digital Retail Payment Platform, which will be having a soft launch on the margins of the summit. Digitalization is a cross-cutting theme, as you know. So it's not only related to trade and customs and IT, we also do it in different other divisions in the Secretariat, including infrastructure and logistics, because they are involved by nature in terms of trade and logistics facilitation, as well as in industry and agriculture, where we have something we call the COMESA Regional Food Balance Sheet. This is about taking stock of food production, consumption, stocks, and exports, as well as imports, so that we have a clear idea about the availability of food, and we can better avoid food crises like the one we had to go through during the COVID pandemic. I have so much more to add, but I would like perhaps to stop here and come in later on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we'll come back to you later to just give your final recommendations. So let me move to Mr. Daniel Kitumba of Africa Export-Import Bank representative. The question I have for you, and please try to summarize. We were given only 45 minutes for the session, so we will have to just try and summarize as much as possible to try and meet the time, the targeted time that we were given. So, Daniel, how can digital platforms and tools address the trade finance gap? What are some of the instruments that the bank uses to facilitate financing of enterprises in COMESA? And probably you can join the question, because I'll not go around because of time. There are two questions combined, so if you can just summarize both of them at the same time. So what role can digital payment systems and platforms play in reducing the 15% cost of cross-border payments and that is within the region, particularly for SMEs? So if you can summarize that within maybe the next 3 to 4 minutes, I will appreciate it.
Thank you. So I believe, let me just try to paint the picture. So we know that the trade finance gap in Africa is between 100 million and 100 billion dollars annually, and I believe 5 billion of that specific to the COMESA region. And when you look at the distribution of how that trade gap comes, you will realize that it's the SMEs that really get the brunt of that particular gap. And why is that so? Because a lot of SMEs do not have digital platforms where they can trade. They do not have accessibility to a lot of systems, a lot of platforms where they can do their trading. And that is where the blockchain and other digital platforms come in to support. As Afreximbank, we've done a bit of work in that regard, where we have, on top of what we do on the African bloc, where we support clients through project finance, through corporate finance, through trade finance, and the instruments that come with such trade, the guarantees, the letters of credit. We've also gone ahead to put funds into innovation, and we have done some of the groundbreaking innovations that can support SMEs, that can support businesses generally. I can speak to about 2 or 3. A few weeks ago in Kenya, we did launch the Africa Gateway, which was launched here in Kenya. And I know there are other countries where we are launching the same. And this is generally a platform where businesses come together. They are profiled. Buyers and sellers come together. They are profiled. Upon profiling, that means buyers and sellers can access verified information, trade information, where they can profile their goods and are able to transact. You go in there, you see the profiles of the buyers and sellers, and then there you can choose who you can deal with. And the reason we are doing this is to remove the barrier of lack of trust, the barrier of lack of information, the barrier of perceived risk. Because if we have, as Afreximbank, have done a thorough due diligence on these buyers and sellers, that means somebody can go in there and get verified information. And through that platform, one can even make payment through our PAPS, which is a Pan-African payment and settlement system, where you can settle in local currencies without using the hard currencies, without using the hard currencies, as it were. So these are some of the digital platforms that we've come up with, and a number of banks have gotten in there. As I mentioned, if buyers and sellers who are willing, they're willing to trade, come together, but then there is a financing gap. Some of the players on the ATG are actually commercial banks. And these commercial banks can give working capital lines through these particular platforms. So, and when you talk about the cost of transactions, the PAP system, which is the payment, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, this system reduces the time of processing transactions from probably 4 to 5 days to less than 5 minutes. And obviously that also culminates into the reduction of the cost of doing business, the reduction of transaction costs, probably from $15 to about $5. So those are some of the areas where we have gone ahead to support the African continent to close the gap, and we still need a lot of businesses and financials to come onto the ATG, because we know it will serve a wide array of clients from Cape Town to Cairo and from east to west. I believe this is something that should be able to support a lot of business and close the trade gaps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you to just give your recommendations on how we can accelerate accessibility to financing, especially by the SMEs. I believe most of them probably they get to know about it in forums like this. So please prepare to just give us one key recommendation on how to really accelerate. I will go next to Ms. Flois. I'll keep the gentleman with the last one. Just to do a bit of gender balancing. So Flois is the CEO of the Kenya Export Promotion Branding Agency, KEPROBA. So we want you to address 2 points: digital tools for export promotion and market intelligence, and also talk about brand development and positioning of COMESA. We talk mostly about, like in Kenya, we talk about brand Kenya, other countries like, for example, Zimbabwe, Uganda. So how can we expand this to create a COMESA brand? So specifically, maybe I don't need to read the full question, or maybe let me just read the question. COMESA exports 3.37 billion worth of horticulture products annually to the EU, yet many of the producers struggle with market intelligence, just to know what is happening, and buyer connections. How can digital export promotion platform help COMESA SMEs identify market opportunities, understand buyer requirements, build competitive brands that meet international standards? And then what are the digital tools that KEPROBA successfully deployed to enhance Kenya's export competitiveness? And how can COMESA member states leverage digital branding strategies and virtual trade missions and online B2B platforms to enhance visibility and competitiveness of products in the global market? And so if you can just quickly combine also on how we can brand ourselves as COMESA instead of country-specific branding. Again, if you can also summarize again, maybe just in 4 minutes, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me first of all to just tell you, as Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, our role is twofold in terms of nation branding and export promotion. With regard to export promotion, our objective and why we have our day-to-day is to ensure that we develop the Kenyan exporters in a way in which we grow our exports from a global perspective, we grow our number of exporters, and we also grow the number of new exporters into the market. In that regard, and when you're looking at breaking the barriers that relate to digitalization in trade and investment promotion, you have to look at ICT from the perspective of, from the role that it plays as, number one, a disruptor, And number two, an enabler of processes. And in our own space of trade promotion, we have not been spared in that role. But it requires then for us exporters to be able to embrace the positive that it has brought in our minds now that we already are in that space. And when you look at it from a trade promotion perspective, there are areas that you have to undertake. Part of it would be undertaking your market research and your opportunities, and there are digital platforms that allow you to do that. One of them I can think at the top of my head is the ITC trade maps that allows you to do market data analysis, it allows you to do trends, it allows you to create country briefs to show you where the opportunities are. So that would be a use of a digital tool to be able to bring down the issue of information asymmetry, because that remains a major impediment to exports and trade, where somebody does not know what the other country is able to sell and what are the requirements that are required in that space. So using tools like ITC map, trade maps, you can be able to understand that space. There's also that role of ensuring that even as you develop and when you're doing trade and you're doing a global product, it is important that that product is able to not only meet the buyer requirements, but also the standards of that market. And you'll find that there are digital tools that allow you to do that. When you talk about the Center for Promotion of Imports for Developing Countries, which is an organization that is being spearheaded by the Netherlands, the country Netherlands, you are able to engage with them from a digital perspective to understand the standards that are required for you to get your entry into not only Netherlands but EU, but most importantly, now that you know that these are the standards, they also allow you to undertake capacity building to ensure that you actually achieve those standards that are required, so that when now you're in the process of going to undertake your trade to the country that you have targeted, that then you've been able to have a product that you've developed a product that is able to access the market requirements and as well as the buyer requirements. But even having said that, even as Keproba, we have come up with an export readiness program that we undertake both from a digital perspective and we are also able to do it physically. But as I told you, with ICT being a disruptor, the rolling out of the Digital Exporters Academy allowed us to train, in last year, more than 500 exporters to be able to be export ready. And then when we look at the issue of requirements and capacity building, you also realize that that capacity building requires to have, it's a very dynamic field in which the trade space we are in. Recently, we've just been talking about the EU deforestation activities, and it requires you to be up to date when it comes to issues of trade. One of the ways to be able to be up to date, and especially through capacity building, is the use of that Exporters Readiness Program to ensure that you're able to reach quite a number of people. So as Keproba, we have two tools that we use. One is the Made in Kenya portal that allows you to, we work with Kenyans to be able to profile their product. We curate the profile so that you can be able to have a discussion around the product that is in space, and then amplify the messaging in our platforms. The objective of doing that is to give them a solid social media presence that will now allow them to express themselves and be attractive to buyers and sellers of the product that they want. But that's not all. As we upgrade from Made in Kenya portal, we also have the Exporters portal, where we also profile exporters, Kenyan-ready exporters who've already produced Kenyan goods to be able to trade in the international space. We accord them with, in our exporters, we allow both Kenyan exporters to be able to register, but as well as buyers, so that they can have those linkages that are required to undertake. So how would I then summarize and talk about breaking the digitalization of barrier, using digitalization to break the barriers in trade and investment is to, first of all, ensure that the exporters are aware and know that it is a tool that they can use to deal with information asymmetry, and then capacity build, and then give them an opportunity and a chance to be able to go through the whole process of international trade, whether it's trade finance, logistics, customs, and in every space, and marketing, to allow them then to be able to complete a linkage, a market linkage in which they're interested in. And from where we have seen then as KEPROBA, the digitalization will not stop you as an exporter, and that is still remains one of the challenges that you need to do to develop yourself. You still have to work on yourself in terms of being able to come up with a product that is adaptable to the international market. You need to be able to create the linkages and that you require to still work on it. So it becomes for us just an enabler and a disruptor, and it can be used and accessed in various ways that can be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me move to Mr. Fanuel Kidanda, who is the CEO of Kenya Commodity Exchange. Fanuel will talk to us about commodity exchange platforms connecting producers and buyers and transparent price discovery mechanisms. So, Fanuel, the question I have for you, to summarize in the next maybe 3 minutes, is agricultural commodity markets in COMESA suffer from price volatility and information asymmetry, with farmers often receiving 40 to 60% below market prices due to middlemen exploitation. This is very common. How can digital commodity exchange platforms provide transparent price discovery and direct market access to smallholder farmers? What has been your experience with integrating farmer cooperatives into the exchange trade systems? You can also briefly talk about the opportunity created by AFCFTA in terms of harmonized commodity trading across the borders. So if you can combine just the two of them and summarize for us the opportunities there.
Thank you. So allow me to start by basically just giving some context to what a commodity exchange is and how that differs from a stock exchange or a securities exchange. In a securities exchange or a stock exchange, you largely trade in shares, bonds, but you really don't walk home with a part of the institution that you've bought into. When you're dealing with a commodity exchange, and especially when you're dealing with spot markets, then there has to be an underlying asset. And in most cases, you're dealing with commodities that then somebody has got to take delivery of. And so that's a fundamental difference between a commodity exchange and a securities exchange or a stock exchange. Now at COMEX, the Kenya National Multi-Commodities Exchange, the work that we do is basically to build structured trading systems, providing a single platform, a digital platform, that can then bring together different players within the market. So onboarding producers, onboarding off-takers, but also building in service providers as well as financial institutions to then enable them to interact. A commodity exchange is regulated. So COMEX, for instance, is regulated under the Capital Markets Act in Kenya. And that then ensures that we have a policeman behind us that ensures that whatever we do is according to the laws that we have in place. But we're required to provide certain guarantees to the market. One of the guarantees is on the quality of commodities that are traded on the exchange. And the way we do that is we link to warehouse receipt system to ensure that all commodities coming into the market for trade are processed and quality assured. The other thing we have to guarantee is financial settlement in a timely manner. How we do that is by building on board payment settlement systems that can then ensure that whenever transaction is executed on the exchange, then we can actually provide financial settlement to the person who sells the commodity and ensure that it's pre-funded in terms of the model of trade that we have. Now, coming into this space, I've learned some quick lessons. One of the lessons I've learned is that when you're dealing with commodity exchange or securities exchange, there's a lot of jargon that's used to describe what's happening, just like in digital world. But ultimately, when you go down to work with farmers, then you have to be able to interpret this or translate this into very simple terms that they'll be able to understand and they'll be able to relate to. So for instance, when you talk about price volatility, we're simply just talking about prices increasing or decreasing based on different factors in the market. So for instance, if you're dealing with a situation where everybody is harvesting at the same time, then you're likely to have depressed prices within the market. And over time, prices will begin to rise and then fall again. Now that then provides a challenge to farmers in the sense that more often than not, farmers would want to sell their commodities immediately they harvest because they have obligations to meet. But the result of that is that they, in more cases than otherwise, will get the lowest prices within the market at that point. And so those who really benefit in terms of appreciation of prices are those who are able to wait longer for prices to appreciate. And these are likely to be traders who will be able to buy and then sell on a secondary market. The other thing that we've learned is that setting up a commodity exchange is not done in a vacuum. There are already traditions, there are already established systems of trade. And it's not easy for people to change from one way of trade to another unless there's a very clear value proposition. If you look across Africa, for instance, you'd find that certain countries went ahead. If you go to South Africa... If you can just summarize, I can see the MC is on our case, so if you can just quickly summarize. Do that. Yeah. If you go to South Africa, for instance, you'd find that they've had their commodity exchange in existence for over 110 years. They didn't have a digital exchange at that time. So today, building an exchange, we have to take into account what's happening currently. How we see the benefits arising out of this for farmers is that we are providing them with a single platform where they can onboard and list their commodities. And we then aggregate both the buyers as well as the sellers to be able to transact. But we're also providing transparency in terms of price discovery. So they're able to then determine on their own at what price to buy. And then also providing risk management instruments in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, I can see the MC is on our case. So I don't know whether you give us a few more minutes to give the opportunity to give the opportunity to the audience to ask some questions before we close the session.
Unfortunately, we cannot take the questions right now.
Sorry?
We cannot take the questions right now. We will have to end it there. We will take questions maybe after the other sessions.
Okay.
Yes.
So we close the session?
Yes, please. If you have some closing remarks, I'll give you 30 seconds to close it yourself.
No,
2 minutes each.
So why don't you give at least 1 minute each for each one of them to just give quick recommendations. I'm sure there's
30 seconds each, please. Just 30 seconds. Closing remarks.
Okay. Closing remarks. Go ahead.
So huh?
Yeah. Maybe I can help. I think.
Okay.
Thank you very
much. Unfortunately, the time was very limited. There is a lot of information that the gentleman here needed to share, but the pressure of time was just too much. So we'll close with that. I think the most important part is that they are available. We can always get contacts and get more information from them. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let us appreciate the presenters.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. I would request the panelists to kindly stand here for a photo session. Much apologies, we could not take questions because of time, but thank you so much for your insights. That is the panel that has been tackling enhanced trade. Sorry, they have been tackling breaking barriers, digitalization of trade, and promotion of investment. Thank you very much. And as they exit the stage, I would like us all, if you are able, kindly stand up. If you are able, kindly stand. I'd like to give us just a quick health break before we continue. Not to leave your seats. I will do an exercise with you just for a few minutes, then call the next panel. So, thank you for standing up. I'd like us to just quickly draw COMESA with our bodies, okay? That will be very simple, I believe. Draw COMESA with our bodies, all right? So just follow my lead. I hope I get, yes, somebody has it already. I think someone has done the C before. Okay, so hold your waist like this. Everybody hold your waist, and then we go round. That's a C. Come on now. That's a C. I know you are very serious corporate people, but you can do some stretches, okay? That's a C, okay? Now let's do an O. Can somebody do an O? Oh, you're doing it the other direction. All right. The O is done like this. O, let's see an O. Let's see an O. All right, that's a beautiful O. Some of you are drawing O's that look like this, but it's okay. Now let's do an S. Do this. Oh, sorry. M, I have skipped. I did not have lunch. That is why. Somebody do an M? No, that is an S. What I was doing was an S. Yes, I see an M. Beautiful, beautiful. COMESA. Now an E. Can I see an E? Anybody with an E? I see some examples of E's. Well, well, well. Take whatever side you want to take, but thank you very much. Now go to an S. We had seen how an S looks like. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now how about an A? How do we do an A with our bodies? It is the one some people were doing when we were doing the O. It is more sharp. It's an A. Say COMESA. COMESA. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. I will be inviting the next panelists now. I would like to invite Mr. Tobias Alando, the CEO, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, who will be chairing this session. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Mr. Alando. His panelists will be Mr. George Kidenda, Board Trustee, Federation of East African Freight Forwarders Association, that is FEAFFA. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he joins us on stage. Mr. Evans M.O. Kibagendi, the stakeholder at Yellow Card Scheme, kindly join us on stage as well. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. Eric C. Raleigh. He is the Director Digital Trade at Trademark Africa. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Don't get tired. Let's keep doing it. I know it's the afternoon. Ms. Lucy Anangwe, the Managing Director, Kenya National Trading Corporation, makes her way to the stage. And last but not least, Mr. Emmanuel Butera, who is Consumer Protection Specialist at Africa Civil Aviation Commission. There he is. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. And this particular panel will be handling enhanced trade through digital transformation, focusing on logistics, transport, and movement of business persons. Over to you, Mr. Tobias Alando.
Good afternoon. So we'll try and be short, sharp, and shiny with my group of panel. Today we are going to discuss about 4 issues, And I will allow the panelists to just speak through what they're doing in their respective organizations regarding these 4 key issues, and also share the recommendations. So we'll just have one round of sharing and recommendation. We want to focus on exploring digital solutions for supply chain, looking at how we can improve logistics in our region. We want to also focus on innovation, on our port efficiency. We want to focus on showcasing successful logistics and insurance technology. There's a lot that has been happening within the region, and we want to share some of those successes and to see what we can learn from them. We want to address the infrastructure gaps that we see within the COMESA region. And lastly, we want to identify public-private partnerships to support digitization. What we all need to agree with is that efficient logistics are the arteries of regional integration. COMESA landlocked countries face transport costs, which is about 2.5 times higher than the coastal economies. While goods take about 18 days on average to cross borders compared to 10 days globally. And currently, in terms of the facts that we have, the transport cost consumes about 15 to 20% of trade values vis-a-vis the global average of 8%. Only 30% of the COMESA road network is in good condition. Port efficiency ranks Djibouti at 48th globally, Mombasa at 61 globally, and Dar es Salaam at 71. Cargo dwell time averages about 5 to 7 days at major ports. Cross-border business travel requires visa for 75% of inter-COMESA routes. My panelists, these are pertinent questions and we need to address them. So I'll start the conversation with George. What are you doing in your area and what can we improve?
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. I come from the freight forwarding and logistics sector, and I believe we are the backbone of the economies of this world. The agriculture people may want to claim it, but we are the ones on whose back everything moves. With regard to transit times on the northern corridor, I think we have moved and taken very big steps from where we were 20 years ago. We are able to do our declarations online. We are able to process most of our cargo online. But I think we still have a challenge in the movement, the actual movement of cargo, even as we process the documentation. And one key area where we still have problems is at the border crossings. Although we have the one-stop border crossings, we still have issues of long waiting times. It is improving, but we still have long waiting times at the borders, Malaba, and all the other along the way to Rwanda and DRC. And part of the reason why we are having that problem is because we don't, although we have visibility on the documentation side, we don't really have visibility on the movement of trucks. Although we have REX, now REX is monitored by the government authorities. But the private sector of things, we do not have one central, what would I call it? Site where we can be able to track the movement of our cargo. And because we do not have that, we cannot have predictability. we have to keep on waiting. We have to go early. We have to leave late. We don't know when there's a problem on the escarpment, and therefore we get stuck in the escarpment for hours before we reach the border. I think what we need is a platform which would allow visibility of the cargo itself in terms on the side of the people who are given the responsibility to move that cargo. We need to have visibility of what's happening with the railways. We need to have visibility of what is happening with all the trucks, the trailers, what is moving on the small volumes, the small car volumes on the road. I think if you take this road all the way to the border, you will see that you are in a sea of vehicles. How can we improve the infrastructure? Because as much as we want to track it, if the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure cannot accommodate those volumes, then we'll still have problems. So I think it is good to open more routes. We should have that visibility that allows us to change routes along the way to make sure that we're flowing smoothly to the border and being there in good time. Now, when we get to the border, we still have issues sometimes with scanning. You find that it is scanned, but it has to be interpreted. We would like that to be automated. If the container was scanned at the port, we would like to have GPS tracking. We should be able to have RFIDs along the route that ensure that within the specific time that you're moving, there's no need for further verification at the border, and so that we can move on.
Thank you. Thank you, George. I think your emphasis on routes and automation. Yes. We'll hold your thought there. Evans, would you tell us from the yellow card perspective, what are you doing on digitization?
Thank you. And let me just inform the audience that the yellow card, maybe sometimes it's not easy to understand. This is the motor vehicle in third-party liability that is varied in 13 countries. And therefore, if one wants to move from Kenya to Djibouti and to other countries, you need a third-party insurance, which is taken once you have a local insurance cover. Now, in digitalization, let me say that if you look at what is happening around the world and also in Africa, a lot of digitalization has taken place, looking at the insurance themselves and the regulators. They have come up with the electronic regulatory system, whereby we find that we are able now to ensure that insurance can be issued. If you look around, what is happening is that you can be able to get insurance online. We have seen mobile apps that most of the insurance in Kenya and other regions, the member country, we are able to issue insurance online to decongest the issue of going for manual insurance. Also, if you look around the region, we've seen insurance coming up with innovation so that they can be able to track, like the electronic system in Rwanda. They are able to track trucks from the origin from Mombasa to Kigali. And that one has reduced even the premium because there is a lot of cost reduction. Correct. And if we use technology, even clearance, what my friend is saying, you'll find there's seamless clearance. You can be able to do clearance in advance than waiting to go to the border and then you do the clearance. Look at what is happening in Europe, the DTT Club, where we have around 47 countries where they can be able to leverage on multimodal insurance, whereby you can be able to go to have one insurance for air, sea, road, and air, so that we can be able to ensure that we do the right thing and also save time. COMESA Yellow Card, indeed, it is just an app where you can be able to utilize even these multi-models. And I want to say that Kenya last year did a research, a survey in 3 border points, that is in Maraba, Busia, Runga and Namanga, whereby the government of Kenya and the Insurance Regulatory Authority wanted to know why is the congestion that is seen within those border points. You find trucks are parked from this side and the other one that side. So we wanted to see how do we do the easy of doing business. The research came up with a very, very negative outcome in that most vehicles that passes, as much as we have a COMESA yellow card, which is seamless in terms of claims payment, because once you have a claim, you are not going to be paid by the local insurance, but the National Bureau, which is appointed government body in every 13 country, will take up your claim, and they don't go through the conventional claim settlement procedure. What they do is that they come and pay within the parameter of the country within a short time. We realize that most vehicles do not have a COMESA yellow card. Even if they are foreign vehicle, they go to the border and then they just start the process of getting a local cover to the other side. And at the same time, you find that that one really is very risky because you cannot be able to go through the legal procedure on the other country. So what the recommendation that came up is that COMESA yellow card for the 13 country, all the regulators in government should agree that any foreign vehicle that is passing through a border point should have a COMESA yellow card because it's cheap, efficient, and it has a prudent way of claim settlement. And also, there are many things that came up. So I want to say that the role of digitalization has really changed the way things are done. We have seen even the Kenya revenue, whereby they have come up with automated custom system, whereby you are able to see and integrate all the customs procedures within, from wherever you are. Rwanda is a good example, and I want to mention that you can be able to track and even see exactly what is happening, where is the vehicle, the driver's speed, the braking, and all those things, which will reduce, at the end of the day, those statistics will reduce the premium for insurance. So we want to inform the region that COMESA yellow card is a tool that needs to be upholded, and the National Bureau, those who are managing this from the 13 countries, should be able to be champions and ensure that they do the right thing and follow the law. And every foreign vehicle that passes through a borderline should have a COMESA yellow card. And that will be perfect, and we'll find that everyone will be enjoying because claims are paid within a short time, accidents are paid, and many other things. So I want to say that digitalization, as I close, it's a model where you can see that it's going to give us value. The emerging gains, we are seeing them. And from the pandemic, I believe that we've gone, every country, every industry has really operationalized a digital. Without that, you cannot even succeed in business.
Thank you very much, Evans, for your insightful information regarding COMESA yellow card. The efficiency is really applauded, and I think we all need to go digitization. Eric, Trademark Africa has done a lot in the African region. Please tell us more in terms of what you have done in the digitization space.
Okay, thank you. So this is what I would say. I think we've had the conversation from the previous panel and the journey for how trade corridors are becoming more digital is one that starts from what you would call a two-stop border post to a one-stop border post, and now the question of no-stop border post. So from Trademark Africa's perspective, which we are fairly synonymous with border posts based on the work we've done in the last decade or more, out of the 21 countries that covers COMESA, Trademark Africa operates in 11 countries. And in these 11 countries, currently we run over 50 digital projects for automation of trade processes, re-engineering of trade processes, and more importantly, when you think about regional initiative, enabling cross-border information exchange. And why is the vision or the ambition towards a no-stop border or non-stop border post today is one that is driven by having efficient trade corridors that are powered by digital technologies. So for example, for the cases of logistics, movement of cargo is important, and therefore the reasons why you have a lot of challenges along trade corridors is mainly associated with risks. Therefore, digital technology enables trade to be much more efficient or effective, where you leverage tech to de-risk the issues that are causing the apprehension, especially at borders. And I'll give a few examples. So some of the work that we've done in East Africa, for example, for the COMESA countries along the Northern Corridor, is we've worked with the revenue authorities to establish customs to customs information exchange. So this enables cargo to move from one country to another, where advanced information is made available in the second country and the third country, with the need of reducing the intervention at the border. And this is work that is ongoing. So one of the initiatives I will talk about, of course, is the customs to customs information exchange. That is paramount not only for the one-stop border post today, but also the future that we are looking at, where we are thinking about no-stop borders. The other components that are fundamental for the future that we are all pursuing to keep improving how trade operates in the continent and more so in the COMESA countries is one where you are able to have all the operators at national level optimally connected with each other, and operators across the borders are able to connect and exchange. Whether you're looking at payments or you're looking at customs processes, as well as movement of people, which is fundamental for enabling information exchange. So some of the initiatives that we have been working on include national initiatives for automation of processes. In Kenya, we work with almost all the key government agencies that are involved in trade, as well as the other countries that we work in COMESA region. And some of the fascinating initiatives that we've seen that attempt to build or bridge connection within the COMESA region is, we have initiative between the Zambian customs and the Kenyan customs, for instance, where they're also looking at how can they exchange information despite not being contiguous or connected with each other. Apart from that, from the Trademark East Africa point of view, soft issues also remain to be paramount. There's a question of digital trade policies. We know the CFTA has been able to come together and set up the digital trade protocol that with the countries that cover COMESA will be able to benefit from this protocol, and therefore there's a lot of work around policy that could also enable a smooth information exchange that is paramount for enabling trade across borders. And that is essential. The other thing that, of course, remains paramount is availability of connectivity, especially at critical points along trade corridors. This cannot be overemphasized. It does not only enable big transaction or big traders, but also small traders. So, for example, if you're at a border and you're attempting to facilitate trade between any two borders that you'll think of, and you're trying to see how will you enable the small traders to participate effectively in trade using digital technology. So some of the capabilities, of course, if you're setting up a simplified trade regime, for instance, for that small trade that is crossing that border, is there connectivity for the small trader and such consideration among others here?
Thanks, Eric. Lucy, the only lady in our panel today, in your space of commodity trading, just tell us what you've been able to do in terms of supporting trade here.
Thank you so much. In terms of commodity trading, we are a state corporation that deals with trading of commodities and ensuring food security and strategic reserves for essential commodities. So one of the main issues why government goes into trading is to ensure that its citizens access or have food on the table. That is a key agenda for most governments or all governments entities, and state corporations come into trading to ensure that there's constant supply and stable market prices for these commodities. So with the digitization, we find that when commodities or farmers produce agricultural commodities, the state agencies mop up because there is excess, and when there's a shortage, the state trading agencies do importation of these commodities. So with the digitization and procurement processes, we find that digitization has made the procurement process to be more efficient. And one of the major advantages we are having when we are having e-procurement platforms is that entities or state corporations or nations are able to have a clear and efficient supplier management systems. They're the supplier of the commodities, and countries or nations are able to do demand forecasting because all the information we need can be accessed through a platform. So you find that with the e-procurement, we are now able to do trend analysis. We are now able to do trend analysis and even weather projections. And even we have patterns of countries, the production in various countries. And we are able to plan on how fast we can procure to save on costs or resources. We also are able to monitor movements of these commodities through digitization, because if you are importing, you are able to track from the time you are placing your order to the time the shipment is coming, to the time it is being cleared, and it is also mapped to the warehouse in which the commodities are going to. So for us, digitization is really of great help, especially for trading state corporations. And we are able also to improve on our collaboration with each other. That is, if Kenya is trading with Zambia, we are able to put in place mechanisms which can secure for us the stores we want at a particular time and at a particular price. So from where I'm seated, with optimal logistics, that is in terms of the shipping process of these commodities and the last mile, we find that digitization has made our work easier, whereby on the first mile, we are liaising with the shipping lines to ensure the products arrive on time. And on the last mile, we have our local road transport, which can ensure that these products reach the citizens who are located remotely, and they really need these products on the table.
Thank you. My last panelist, who is the most important person, because without him we can't move our goods. In terms of freight forwarding and cargo tracking, what can COMESA learn from the Northern Corridor experience, and what have you done?
Thank you, moderator. Allow me first of all to thank COMESA Business Council and the COMESA Secretariat for inviting AFCAC to be part of COMESA structure meetings. We thank you very much. That's on behalf of the Secretary General who could not be here with us today. For those of you who might not have heard about AFCAC, AFCAC is the acronym of the African Civil Aviation Commission, a specialized agency of the African Union in charge of aviation matters on the African continent. We coordinate aviation matters, of course, to fulfill our work. We work with RICS, and that's why COMESA has incorporated us into their structures to do our work. So what has been done at AFCAC to support the movement of freight by air? Let's take an example of two states in the Trade Guided Initiative, the ACFTA GTI, Ghana and Kenya. If you were to transport the goods between Kenya and Ghana, how long would it take you from the Indian Ocean all the way to the Atlantic Ocean? So we are trying to put up a feasible air transport mechanism that can fly all these merchandise from Nairobi to Accra and many other participating states. So what we have done at AFCAC, from the continental level, we have grouped the three flagship AU flagship pillars. That is ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Single African Air Transport Market, together with the Free Movement Protocol. These are the critical pillars that will allow the continent to connect. So we launched an initiative called SATAM Project, SATAM PIP, where we went into the study that was done in 2021 for the continent about the benefits of the single African air transport market, the challenges, and the enablers. So we get together the executives of the three flagship project secretariats, and then we engage with the RECs and the states. So we explain to advocacy, this is what states should be done. For example, a month ago, we were with COMESA Secretariat and the CBC in Lusaka, Zambia. So where we engage the state of Zambia to implement these initiatives in aviation. So, because when you see the aviation, it's an enabler for everything, for trade. So we explained to the executives, because some of these policies that are designed are not implemented by the government agencies. No, it's the private sector. So we call upon the private sector to engage and try to ask the government to reduce the charges, taxes, and fares to allow aviation industry to succeed.
Thank you. Thank you. So a call to action. Each one of you, I'm giving you 1 second. What would be that call to action? The next step. I'll start with you, George.
I think that for the rest of COMESA, borrowing from what we have learned here, I think it is important that those corridors get the buy-in of the stakeholders. If the stakeholders understand what is going to be achieved, it is easy to implement.
Thank you.
And I think the second thing is that do a gradual rollout. Sometimes you're in too much of a hurry. Pick what are the quick kills that you can have. Do it well so that you create confidence amongst people, and then the rest will follow up.
Thank you. Evans?
Thank you. Thank you. Apart from digitalization, I want to say that there's so much that should be done for us to succeed as COMESA Yellow Card. One, all the insurance regulatory authority of all the member countries should be involved to market COMESA Yellow Card and put laws that is going to ensure that the citizens of these countries, they are protected, because there's no need of buying a fake certificate, no need of buying a local insurance, and yet that's a foreign country. Secondly, we need also to look at how, as a country, as a COMESA, how we can be able to create education, marketing, and creating awareness. All of us, we must be able, as member country, to create awareness at the border point and also at home, so that the citizen understand the value of COMESA Yellow Card. Without doing that creating of awareness, we may not be able to give value to members. Even now, many populations do not know that when you go to another country, you need a yellow card. They go to the border, then they start struggling there. So awareness is important, and I'm happy the CEO COMESA Yellow Card is there, and your strategic plan 2026-2030, I've seen it has a lot of marketing and a lot of digitalization as we move forward. So let's work together. Let's support the COMESA Secretariat as government so that we can grow the regional integration and also help the people and business across the border points.
Thank you. Thank you. Eric?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just mention 3 quick things. One is let's sustain the ambition. Let's push the limits. Let's think beyond one stop border post, and start thinking about no-stop borders. What does it really mean to achieve that? Secondly is there's a lot of emerging technology. There's better ways to manage the risks that require us to enforce all these barriers to trade. And thirdly, we should ensure that this journey of advancing regional integration includes everyone, small businesses, as well as young people. Thanks.
Thank you. Lucy?
Thank you. Mine is just to say, let us embrace G2G trading, especially on COMESA platforms, because as governments, when you have a state corporation that is trading, they usually act as a benchmark to the private entities or traders. And you'll find that there is value for money and the citizen will not be exploited as much. So mine is just to embrace G2G trading on commodities, and we also strengthen the government institutions on trading. Thank you.
Thank you. My last.
Thank you. Let's implement the 3 flagship projects: ACFTA, Single African Air Transport Market, Free Protocol Movement. That is, allow visa on arrival or implement free visa, like the minister earlier on said in the morning. This will improve our connectivity. Earlier on, I saw they were saying intra-Africa COMESA trade is 7 and connectivity is 27. Why not? Let's implement these 3 flagship projects, then we cover the whole continent. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard it from the panelists. We know the challenges we are facing. We know the solution. Let's work together to sort them out. Thank you very much. A clap to the panelists.
No questions from the audience?
I don't know whether, we've saved time. So is there any question, 1 or 2 questions so that we close? Yes, there's one hand there. And so we have 1 question. We can ask that 1 question, then we close. Can you give them the microphone? Stand up so that they see you. Yeah.
It is here. The mic is here.
Can someone help us distributing the microphone, please? We save on time. There's a mic here. If you can give it out. Just be precise to the question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Is it? Thank you very much. I like the test. My name is Maina. I undertake a cross-border advocacy on the AFCFTA, on the yellow card insurance scheme. Thank you for that information, but I would just request, are you able to tell us if I want to move with my car from here to, say, Zambia, a Kenyan registered vehicle, what is the process of acquiring that yellow card scheme? Like just a simple process of acquiring that.
Okay,
insurance.
so there was another question there. So we'll take those 2 questions, then we close. We hand it over to, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ahmed Ali Sak. I'm the Trade Information Desk Officer deployed by COMESA at Moyale border. I want to ask questions on the COMESA certificate of, COMESA yellow card insurance.
We can't hear very well.
Put it close.
Okay, I'm saying I'm Ahmed Ali Sak. I'm the Trade Information Desk Officer deployed by COMESA at Moyale border to facilitate trade. And my question is concerning the COMESA yellow insurance. Moyale border, sometimes at my desk, so many traders, logistic providers are coming to my desk and asking for services for COMESA Yellow Insurance because we coexist and share the name COMESA. But you know that COMESA is vast, but sometimes when I call back to different big companies asking for the service, whether they can offer, there is only specific companies of insurance who normally provide. And why is it limited to the rest of the other companies? And should it not be cascaded to the rest of intermediaries who are the agents who are available at the border? Thank you.
So Evans, I think they are your questions on
Yes,
insurance.
I can see you were listening and I'm happy. Let me start with the process of getting a COMESA Yellow Card. COMESA Yellow Card is a secondary insurance cover. For you to be given a COMESA Yellow Card, you must have a local insurance cover by either Britam, Jubilee, or another insurance. When you want to go to Zambia, my brother, you walk to Jubilee. You tell them, because according to the local insurance cover, it is only valid within the geographical area of Kenya. You can't move outside. So you go to Jubilee, if it's your insurance, then you seek to be given a yellow card. They will give you a yellow card, specifying where you are going, and that yellow card allows you to travel from Kenya to Djibouti, to Zambia, to Zimbabwe, to Sudan, Uganda, Ethiopia, Eritrea, the 13 countries, without getting any other insurance cover, because it's acceptable every border point. Two, for your issue is that we have, COMESA Yellow Card have developed a USSD, which is 384, star 384, star 254 hash. A USD, which is star 384 star 254 hash. If you walk out and you see a foreign vehicle, even your vehicle, you just use that, policemen as police people, because they have enabled, they are here, they came and launched that. It will tell you, you don't have a valid COMESA Yellow Card cover. We have a problem, Bwana Moderator, is that sometimes we have MOU across the borders that you can go into Uganda 20 kilometers with your car, and you are not covered. You are risking. That's what we call jirani mwema. We have come up with a resolution that why can't we have local insurance? That's a proposal, extending through the border point, having an MOU for 20 kilometers, so that is specified in the policy cover, so that when you are in Busia, you can be able to go and take Ndizi in Buganda. So what is there is that anything to do with a foreign vehicle, either in accident, please do not even bother talking. You just report to an insurance company, and then you call Kenya, Kenya Re. Kenya Re is the National Bureau of Kenya. Every country has an institution that is in charge of COMESA Yellow Card. In Kenya is Kenya Re. In Uganda is Uganda Re. So what you do when you have been involved in an accident, you simply call your insurance company. They will connect you with Kenya Re. You are not going to go through the Kenyan procedure of claims. Kenya Re will take over, come and assess the vehicle and pay you within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then if the vehicle from Zambia is the one that was to be blamed, Zambian's National Bureau will reimburse Kenya Re. So it's a very easy and smooth operation. Please, for your peace of mind, when you are walking, visiting any foreign nation in our borders, please take a COMESA Yellow Card cover, which is a cover on top of the current policy you have at home. You cannot buy COMESA Yellow Card alone without having a local insurance cover. And if you need more information, Kenya Re is there, Insurance Regulatory is there. You can call and get more guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think we
And for the police, sorry, we have trained, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has been training police officers across the country, taking them through the requirement. And that's why in Kenya we don't have issues. Actually, if you look at even them, when we go for the National Council or meeting, Kenyan police are highly recommended, because when they see a foreign vehicle, they use their phone and they confirm, and there is no much issues to do with that. So if you need more training, kindly contact IRA to give you more information about COMESA Yellow.
You have a final comment? Yes, as we go.
Yes, Moderator, I have a final comment to a request to the CBC and the entire business community. There's a need for you, especially at the COMESA level, to engage member states, the governments. Let them not hide behind digitalization and increase the cost of travel for aviation, for air transport. A case in point, as we speak now in some member states, I will not mention, they are imposing a charge of $18 on each leg of the ticket, into and out. That's $36. In the form of implementing the API, Advanced Passenger Information, and the passenger PNR, passenger name record. So that increases the cost of air transport, which I think you, the business people who are affected, the travelers, should identify and flag it and ask the governments to reduce that. Because there's investment, government investment for the regular budget into that. There's no need to tax. And by the way, when that charge is levied to the airline, they will transfer it to the passenger. That's why you find a 45 journey from Nairobi to Entebbe, which should be costing $100, $150, is $500 unnecessarily. Part of it is those charges and levies. So our humble request as AFCAC is to request you, the private sector, take these matters in your hands and engage the government, try to reduce these taxes and charges.
Thank you very much. Can you give these lovely people a clap? They have done well. And thank you for listening to us. Asanteni.
Wow, I think they deserve a better clap because they have finished on time and they have donated 3 minutes. So they have 3 minutes to take photos. You can pose, you can actually do different styles. You can even sit. Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to the tail end of this conversation today, and you agree with me that this has been a highly rewarding session. And I'm sure there are great conversations and the great resolution that we are all waiting for, which is expected to come out at the end of this program. There is a slight change in terms of programming so that we can hasten the process and get to listen to the resolution which is going to be presented here. So I'm going to invite the next session, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Christopher Onyango, Director of Trade and Customs at COMESA Secretariat. He deserves a good clap. Thank you very much indeed. Then we have the following institutions from COMESA who will come to the stage. We have COMESA Federation of Women in Business representative. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. Then we have Executive Director or the representative for Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, ALLPI. A round of applause. Then we have African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDI. A round of applause. Then we have COMESA Reinsurance Company, better known as ZEPRI. A round of applause. Then we have COMESA Competition Commission representative. It's coming up here. So these are the people who are going to drive the conversation. And the conversation is COMESA 30 years of impact, institutional innovation for regional growth, COMESA institutions. So they're going to give us the story of COMESA institutions after 30 years of growth. If I were you, I would clap for them. Thank you very much. Please take it up.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think you've introduced us. I'm Christopher Onyango. I'll be moderating this final session. And I want to promise that I will live up to your expectations. And I've agreed with my panelists that we are not going to sit between them and sightseeing of Nairobi city. So to be brief, as has been highlighted, COMESA is one of the few RECs in the world to have established specialized institutions to support its integration agenda. So for the last 3 decades, these institutions have been the engine driving regional integration, providing critical infrastructure for trade, investments, insurance, and business development. And so this session, to be brief, simply wants to showcase these institutions, how these institutions have evolved over the time, and how they have realized achievements, and of course share with us what their priorities are in the next 10 or so years, even in terms of digital transformation. So I will have one round of questions and answers to the panel just to save on time, reflecting on the successes that they have achieved, as well as sharing some of the strategic focuses or priorities that they vision in the next decade or so. And if time allows, I will ask them to give their parting shots. So without much ado, I will start with the first panelist from my extreme left, just to reflect on the institution's achievements, top 2 achievements over the last 30 years, and also share with us some of the priorities that they have. So those 2 questions. But of course, as you start, you realize you are not introduced fully by the moderator. So could you start by just introducing yourselves and the names of the institutions that you represent, and then go ahead and share with us some of the achievements, top 2 achievements, as well as the priorities that your organization have for, deepening COMESA integration agenda.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Chikakula Miti. I'm the CEO of the COMESA Federation of Women in Business. I wish to recognize the presence of my board chairperson, Madam Maureen Sumbwe, and also the presence of the former SG of COMESA, Mr. Sindiso Ngwenya, as well as Dr. Dave Hammond, the SG of Admin and Finance. I represent an organization that has moved from being an infant institution to being one of the most structured organization under COMESA. Our journey began in 1993 in Zimbabwe, when the heads of state and government, they established this institution, and it was initially part of the gender division of COMESA. Later on, it was established in Malawi in 2009. The COMESA Federation of Women was established with the view that you cannot have meaningful regional integration without the participation of women in business. And there are a lot of indicators and statistics which show that in Africa, in the sub-Saharan Africa, 58% of businesses, they are owned by women. And most of them are at SME level. And these particular businesses, most of the times, they are faced with a number of barriers to access of finance, to markets, to internationalization. And our institution over the years, we have focused on export readiness, and to do this, we have been providing capacity building in terms of business development services to entrepreneurs. And why does this matter? Because, when you look at the statistics that we have, they show that if you address the gender gap, you are able to raise the GDP of countries by more than 20% globally. But in Africa, they talk about raising GDP by more than 35 to 38%. So there is a lot of, positivity. There's a lot of impact that comes with supporting women-owned businesses. Some of the statistics also indicate that 90% of the money that is generated by women in business is reinvested in the family. So what does that entail? It means that it helps in terms of economic progress, it helps in terms of supporting sustainable development, and as well as enabling communities to be better in the region. So we as COMFWIB, we have been providing product development, supporting entrepreneurs to brand their products, and also as well as incubating new entrepreneurs, so as well as connecting them to markets. We have one of the projects that we can talk about in Eswatini, where we incubated some women in a cooperative, and that particular cooperative is able to produce chickens, and they are supplying Pick and Pay. And what we also did was that we connected them to suppliers of capital. So over the years, one of the most important things that we have been addressing is the setting up of a fund to provide startup capital to our women in business, as well as youth. I wish to mention here that we have scored a significant milestone in that we working with TDB, we have set up a Young Women's Fund that is going to be able to provide the requisite capital to women and youth in business. It will be on pilot phase, and we'll hope to upscale it going forward. One of the other successes that we have done is that we have scored is that of strengthening our structure. We are in all the 21 member states of COMESA, and we are very active at national level. Our chapters, they are undertaking different activities, as well as influencing policy. We have also been able to address issues of market access. We know for sure that one of the major issues, or one of the major challenges facing entrepreneurs is the creation of these linkages. So over the years, we have been having trade fairs where we bring on board different entrepreneurs from member states to trade. And we have scored quite a lot of business linkages amongst women and youth in the COMESA region. And also we have facilitated the participation of our members in the inter-Africa trade fairs as well as other domestic trade fairs that have been convened over the years. As it pertains to our future priorities, we are in the process of setting up a women's bank, and what motivates us is that there are some decisions that have been made by the heads of state that we should have a facility that is going to provide funding to women in business. And so far we have done some studies, and it shows that 79% of our membership have rated access to finance as one of the critical priority to building their businesses. So under this initiative, we are working with ZEPRI. We have done some preliminary work, and also we have engaged some private sector institutions in some of the member states who are interested in partnering with us. And we want this particular facility to be a digital financing mechanism that will be able to provide funding to women in business, and it will build on the successes of the circles that are there in the member states and our chapters. The other thing that, the last point which I wanted to mention is that we are planning to have a state-of-the-art trade center in Malawi, which will also be a center that people will come in, they'll be trained, they'll come there to trade, and already we have identified some partners that are going to work with us to put that particular infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, yes. Thank you, Comfweb. That's very encouraging because you, although young, but aggressively involved in inclusivity of trade promotion, particularly for women. Our next panelist, the same question applies. I'm sure you know that all of us in this room have leather and leather products in some way. Kindly highlight to us what are some of the key achievements you've made and your priorities into the future.
Thank you, Dr. Onyango. My name is Nicholas Mudungwe. I represent Africa Leather Products Institute. Allow me to write on existing protocol. The Africa Leather Products Institute was established to support the development of the leather sector in COMESA, and now we are extending to the rest of Africa. Before I explain or highlight our achievements, I want to share with you a quotation from Mzee Kambarage Nyerere. He said that when others are walking, Africans, we must be running. And he said this more than 50 years ago. And I'm sure if he was alive and would ask him the same question, he would say, Africa, we are supposed to sprint because we are lagging far, far behind the rest of the world. And this is happening at a time where Africa has more resources than the rest of the world. For example, Africa is 20% of the global landmass, but it contributes less than 2% to the manufacturing sector. Let me move on to the leather industry. Africa's demand of footwear is more than 2.3 billion, and Africa is producing only 700 million. And this is an opportunity to the business community here. We have a demand that we are not fulfilling. Over 70% of the footwear consumed in Africa is imported. And Africa cannot digitize, cannot do anything if Africa cannot make a basic product like footwear. If Africa continues to import military footwear from the rest of the world, assume Africa goes to war with a country which is supplying it with footwear, our soldiers will walk barefooted. So this is the risk that we are carrying. Or they'll send to us poisoned shoes, and then our soldiers will be affected. So we need to work very hard to produce the footwear. So the question is, what are we doing as the Leather Institute We have supported member states to design strategies and policies, and one of our major achievements has been establishing centers of production and capacity building. And this is an initiative that started around 2012 during the reign of Secretary General Cindy Songwenya, when he said, as COMESA, we cannot continue to have meetings without supporting the real production. And to this end, we have established over 15 centers. But as I have said, we are still working, but we are supposed to run. We are still behind as Africa. As Africa, we need to put money into the industry. The challenge that we have as Africa is a dilemma. We don't know which policy to follow. The rest of the world is industrialized at the back of an industrial policy. But Africa, we think free market economy works. It has never worked anyway. All countries that have industrialized, they've industrialized at the back of industrial policy. So we need to put money to capitalize SMEs, which we have done with the support of the European Union and the COMESA Secretariat, and also Badia has supported us. The second thing that we have achieved, we have been able to build an ecosystem of enterprises across the COMESA region. Now an enterprise in Uganda can easily order leather from Ethiopia via a phone call or via WhatsApp instead of getting on a plane or via a bus. This is what we have achieved. I'll give you an example. Once DRC was importing finished leather from France at $20 a square foot, but we managed to connect them with Ethiopia. The leather was landing at $3, reducing the cost of making shoes from $80 to $12. So this is tangible achievements that we are making by creating the ecosystem. On the digital side, we have set up design studios which are computer aided, reducing the designing of a pair of shoes from 7 days to less than 2 hours. So these are tangible achievements that we have been able to put in place. And we want to continue to put that. We need more money to buy equipment, to train people, to facilitate intra-trade. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for that, quick sharing of the achievements that you have made since inception. Now I go to the third panelist. Kindly just introduce yourself and the achievements that you made, highlighting also the priorities you have for the future. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anyango. My name is Linda Bakira. I represent the African Trade Investment Development Insurance, which is commonly known as ATIDI. As you may know, ATIDI is a proud COMESA creation and institution. We were created over 25 years ago by a number of COMESA countries, namely our host today, the Republic of Kenya, as well as Burundi, Uganda, Rwanda, Malawi, and Zambia. ATIDI was created with the assistance of the World Bank, and the idea behind ATIDI was actually to create an investment risk mitigation mechanism to support investors wanting to invest in Africa at a time when Africa only attracted around $17 billion, which was quite low at the time. So in summary, ATIDI is basically an institution that provides risk mitigation solutions, notably against credit and political risk. And we do this by providing confidence to investors that when they invest in Africa, they will preserve their capital in case of any unforeseen events. Now, 25 years down the line, what are our achievements? I can name a few. First of all, we've grown into the top development insurer in Africa. We currently have 24 member states. A number of them, half of them are actually COMESA member states. We also have 13 institutional investors across Africa, Europe, Asia, as well as America. In terms of tangible impact, as my neighbor mentioned, I'd say that ATIDI to date has facilitated around $88 billion in investments across Africa, and this is in all types of sectors, whether in agriculture, transport, the finance sector, or even telecommunications. In the COMESA region specifically, we've supported over $38 billion of investments. and this is through 1,200 transactions across COMESA member states. If I can give some flagship projects which actually show what we've been doing. Recently, we've supported the Bugesera Airport in Rwanda. So in most of these projects, ATD is not seen because we sit behind the financiers. By giving them the insurance, the support they need, we allow them to actually provide the necessary financing for these projects. So in the Bugesera case, we've provided cover to the financiers. And as you know, the Bugesera Airport was a flagship project for Rwanda and is aimed at positioning Rwanda as a major transport hub in the region and beyond. We've also supported a number of power projects. So for example, in Burundi, we've supported the buildup of Burundi's power generation through two hydroelectric projects feeding over 62 gigawatts of clean energy to the grid annually. Earlier in time, in 2016, we also supported Ethiopian Airlines by financing its fleet. And as you know, Ethiopian Airlines is now a key transport company in the COMESA region and also beyond. So I would say those are the main achievements for ATD. For the future, of course, we will continue accomplishing our mandate, and that is our commitment to the COMESA region. We also aim to grow our footprint in the COMESA region. As I mentioned earlier, we call on all COMESA countries to join us so that we can accomplish our mandate in those countries. We'll continue maintaining excellence in our products and services. And also we will continue acknowledging the risk in Africa while also identifying the solutions for our regions. It's also important to note that there is risk in Africa, but there are also opportunities. If you look at the figures, moderator and participants, in 2019, the continent offered a 6.5 rate of return on foreign direct investment, and this compares to the 6% that investors received in other regions of the world, namely in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will also continue leveraging on our assets. One of those assets is our preferred creditor status. This is linked to our close relationship with our governments, which allows member states to recognize us and our development mandate, and therefore to grant ATD priority when it comes to claims resolution. Finally, the most important point is collaboration. So we would like to insist on the importance of continue collaborating with our sister institutions and beyond. We have a very close relationship with the COMESA Secretariat, that is an investor in ATD, as well as other COMESA institutions. We also work closely with other development partners across the region and internationally, namely the African Development Bank, the African Union, as well as KfW, EIB, etc. So that is our contribution, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ATD is one of COMESA's oldest institutions and remain very critical and relevant given the socio-political situation of our region. So thank you very much. Next, we go to the next panelist. Zephyr, want to introduce yourself and then just highlight to us some of the achievements that you have made and your priorities into the future.
Okay, good evening. My name is Benjamin Kamanga. I'm an executive director at ZEPRI. ZEPRI is PTA Reinsurance Company, and it's what you are now calling COMESA Re. And as I do that, I want to say I'm speaking on behalf of my CEO, Madam Hope Morera. My strong regards to the Secretariat team, as well as the past Secretary Generals of COMESA, who have played a significant role in bringing ZEPRI to where it is. So just allow me, moderator, to introduce ZEPRI, because not everyone who knows who ZEPRI is. So ZEPRI journey started somewhere in Swaziland, Babane, in 1990 when the establishment agreement was signed by the heads of states or governments. And we started writing business in 1993, and ZEPRI is headquartered in Nairobi. We have offices across most of the major COMESA region, but write business across Africa. Africa is our business, as they say these days. ZEPRI is a specialized COMESA institution, so that's our mother. We are publicly owned, and I explained what that we mean by publicly owned. When ZEPRI was set up, the government or the member states put capital into ZEPRI or requested their national insurance and reinsurance companies to invest in ZEPRI. So that state has remained that way. Along the way, African DFIs, FDB, TDB came on board. So we are publicly owned, but we serve majorly private sector. And our job or our mandate is to develop insurance and reinsurance in the region. And of course, we come to that, how we think we have done that. So initially, when we were set up, our regional mandate focused in giving capacity to the insurance companies. For those who don't understand how reinsurance works, our business is providing capital to insurance companies so that insurance companies can underwrite business, can support the traders, can support the logistic companies you heard about, then can support manufacturing, can support all investors in the region. So our clients are insurance companies. So our very first core mandate was to give capacity, meaning putting our balance sheet behind the insurance companies to enable them write business. The second mandate, and you can imagine in 1990, reinsurance is still a complex matter, even up to now. There are very few people who understand what reinsurance is about. So second mandate was to train the professionals in the region, and that we can say we have done very well. We possibly have the leading reinsurance academy in Africa with training people even outside Africa. And since then, we are now about 32 years old, so we have serious responsibility and contribution to the region. We are proud. We have an investment grade rating, the second highest rating for our insurance company in Africa, after Africa Re, and we are proud that we have honored the commitment of our forefathers that we can be able, out of this part of the world, have an investment grade reinsurance company. It is a major milestone. The other thing we have done, and which was one of our mandate, was managing pools. And earlier in the day, you had events and concurrence events. I think you represented COMESA very well, COMESA Yellow Card. We managed that pool. We also managed the Regional Custom Transit Guarantee Bond. That is also a pool managed by ZEPRI. And in the works now, we launched early this year an Africa's Nature's Pool, which basically will support reinsuring the natural risks like, the human-wildlife conflict and all that in that space. I think we in that scenario, we are also doing a very good job. So out of those years, majority of our business comes from the COMESA region. We think we have, COMESA region is adequately covered. We are covering a lot in West Africa. We are scaling up whether it will be RSTG or COMESA Yellow Card to the rest of Africa. It's a good brand, it's well recognized, and we have done a good job in terms of that. The other thing we have done several years down the road, I think 2018, we came back to COMESA and sought an additional mandate of financial inclusion. So you see, if you look at data, it indicates that insurance penetration in Africa is very low. On average, most countries below 3%. Put the other way around, it means that what we call protection gap is very large. In other words, we say if there is a disaster which occurs, we have huge economic losses, but there is very little insured losses. If there is floods in this part of the world, very few insurance companies will pay claims, but very many families will be, the livelihood will be disrupted. Now, obviously, that is what we call protection gap. And so ZEPRI recognizing that, we took a bold step to, in addition doing no more insurance, to move to a field we call financial inclusion. And financial inclusion is a way of saying, how do we make sure that majority of our people are adequately protected? And we focused, and what's the reason why they are not protected? The biggest portion of our economy is in SME. SMEs, what we call mama boga in this part of the world, are not structured or do not render themselves well to be insured by the traditional insurance companies. They don't keep books, they don't do very many other things. So we said, how can we work hard to protect SME? And that is a journey we have been on. We looked at the other big deal, which is agriculture. Again, I saw statistics in your initial paperwork here, how many people it employs across COMESA, how many people, what's the contribution in GDP? And that, again, was not adequately covered by the traditional insurance. And the reason why? Because agriculture in Africa, as opposed to other regions, is by smallholder farmers. And it's very risky to cover that group unless you come up with a new ways of doing it. So that's what we call agriculture, and that we are focused on that area. And because of that, we invested in a climate risk adaptation company we call ECA Africa. They are represented in the tents. You can see them. And what do? They bring technology to be able to de-risk agriculture and agriculture insurance. And that way then we can be able to cover farmers. And because of that, technology, 2022, 2021, we were appointed by the regional countries of the Horn of Africa. There is what we call Horn of Africa initiatives to provide cover for the Horn of Africa region for what we call pastoral economy. The project is called De-risking, Inclusion and Value Enhancement of Pastoral Economies. And what have we done with that? Using technology, we are able to give cover for drought, which we could not be able to do without technology. And again, because we are using technology, we are then able to be able to buy, the pastoralists are able to buy cover wherever they are, and when there is a claim, we are able to pay them directly. We are proud about that. It's a World Bank funded project, and we were happy that on behalf of the member states, we were able to bring our skill to de-risk our farmers. The list can continue, but for the sake of time, let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap. Yeah, I was a bit generous because I know trade and investment and involves a lot of risks, and so it's important that you explore, and share some of those products that you have. Last but not least, we have CCC. Kindly also just introduce yourself and what you do in your organization, in highlighting your achievements that you've made and the priorities that you have for the future.
Thank you very much. I'm Boniface Makongo, Director Competition at the COMESA Competition Commission, and I'm representing my CEO, Dr. Willard Mwemba. I think the first thing I should do is, it's likely that there are very many people who don't know exactly what COMESA Competition does, or in a broad sense, what the role of a competition agency is. So regulation of competition essentially is there in the context of a liberalized market. You are aware that many of our African countries started off at independence as some kind of command economy, where the government played a very important role in determining especially the prices of basic commodities. And then somewhere along the way, we realized that in order to hasten development, there was need to open up to investment and for the government to free up the economy to the private sector. So to ensure that you don't have a scenario where the private entities lock up sectors either through collusion or you have cartels and other anti-competitive practices that negatively impact the ability of other players to enter into a market or force players out through things like predatory pricing, it's important to have a competition agency. So in many jurisdictions, you would have a competition agency both at national level, whose jurisdiction is basically the national aspects of competition. And in the context of COMESA, which is a common market, whose objective is free and liberalized trade, you need to also have a competition agency at that level to ensure that the players in the common market play by the rules. Otherwise, then you may end up not being able to realize the objectives of free and liberalized trade. So that's why we exist. And just to also note that globally, other than the EU, we are the second other competition agency that has succeeded in enforcing competition law on a regional scale. Now, to also inform you is that one of the roles that we have as a competition agency is to ensure that as much as possible, all countries in the common market also have competition agencies, because it becomes very difficult to only enforce competition at regional level if there is no other agency doing it at national level. And coming to the first major achievement of the COMESA Competition Commission is that currently, out of the 21 member states of COMESA, 19 either have a functional competition agency, which is enforcing competition, or they have a law which is in the process of being implemented to establish a competition agency, or are in the process of enacting a law. So that, from our perspective, is significant progress. Also, we also want to avoid a scenario where you have too many, layers of enforcement of competition, because that beats the purpose. That is not the intention of having competition regulation. So it is normally important to have clarity to ensure that if you're a business, you're either being investigated at regional level because your transaction meets the regional dimension, or at national level. We don't want to have, you're a business and you have all sorts of, investigations going on at the same time. So one of the things we work very hard to ensure is to ensure that there's no duplication of that nature by having a one-stop shop. So it's very clear which matters fall within the ambit of the regional, which is the COMESA Competition Commission, and which matters fall within the national agencies, even those that are coming up. Equally, it's important to appreciate how then what the competition agency looks at. And largely, we look at two aspects in enforcement of competition. One is market structure. And market structure essentially is straightforward, is basically how many entities are in a particular sector offering goods or services. So how we regulate market structure is to ensure that in the context of a national competition agency, if there's a merger which meets a certain threshold, i.e. it's likely to raise competition concerns based on market shares and other considerations, it is approved by the national agency. And if it has a cross-border perspective, it's approved by ourselves. We tend to want to avoid small transactions involving SMEs which have no competition effect. So we would not be looking at those. We are looking at significant transactions where you're acquiring or you're taking over a farm, because ultimately we want to avoid some monopolistic scenarios forming in various sectors of the economy. The other aspect that we look at is market conduct. So market conduct is you investigate and sanction if there are instances where there's a cartel in an economy, or where you have dominant firms that abuse their dominance. But this has to be in the context for the regional competition agency of those that have cross-border effect. With regard to mergers, we have done a commendable job because since inception, we have handled 487 mergers to date. And in the last 3 years, we handled 124. So we've seen a marked increase in the number of mergers that we handle. And this is partly because more and more businesses are aware about the work that we do and the need to comply. An important perspective to bring out is that in the context of the mergers that we've handled in the last 3 years, for instance, the 124 I talked about, the firms that are involved generated a turnover of $110 billion in the common market. So that is quite significant from an investment perspective. And these are in various sectors, including aviation, mining, banking, insurance, agriculture, among other sectors that we have. As a commission, we have also undertaken investigation in enforcement. And by enforcement, I mean where we investigate and sanction entities that engage in anti-competitive business practices. And in this area, we have been very successful in sanctioning entities, for instance, that are in the alcoholic beverages sector, where we have been investigating anti-competitive businesses. Lastly, with regard to the investigations that we do, we also have a consumer welfare mandate. And in that regard, we have also undertaken investigations in aviation sector. You are aware that there is a tendency, especially in our region, largely maybe because we are not as developed as other regions, for there to be differential treatment of consumer issues, especially in the aviation sector. So you'll find an airline treats people in the common market in a very differential manner. Consumer rights are not taken very seriously because there is no fear of any consequences. So we've done quite a number of cases in that regard in our consumer protection mandate. And we have also investigated some cases in the digital space. One of the key ones involved Uber, where previously there are terms and conditions provided for if you wanted to challenge any contravention, you had to file suit in the Netherlands. We compelled them to change their law so that the applicable law is national law, and it makes it easier if you're a consumer in Kenya to go to a Kenyan court as opposed to having to file suit in, say, the Netherlands, which many of us, I'm sure, have never even gone to. Equally, to support what I said about member states coming up and establishing competition agencies, we do undertake significant technical assistance, and as a result, quite a number of member states have enacted legislation. They have established agencies. We have capacity built them in terms of ensuring that they have the requisite skills and knowledge to enforce competition. I think I'd like to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that. Yeah. I can see the moderator is quite uncomfortable. I thought we have saved some time, even for 1 or 2 questions to the panelists.
We cannot take questions. Maybe your closing remarks just for 1 minute, and then we can close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, I want to thank the panelists for having ably shared their achievements and aspirations. We all agree that COMESA institutions have very rich menus and products, and which we can use as a region to boost inter-trade and investment, and also support the COMESA vision of ensuring or using integration for sustainable growth and development. So I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank the audience for your perseverance. I know the sugar levels are down, but just to assure you that the audience, particularly that all the COMESA institutions will be attending this forum up to the end. So if you have any burning questions, you can always reach out to them to respond to them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Panelists, could you kindly stand for a photo session as we close this panel? Of course, it is not easy to summarize 30 years of impact of COMESA in just 45 minutes. So thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. We have come to the end of the panels this day, but we would like to get a few words from the partners and sponsors that made this event possible. And first, we'd like to invite Dr. Joy Kategekwa, who is the Director of Africa Development Bank. If she's in the room? Yes, there she is running. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage.
Thank you very much indeed. I know that we're pressed for time, so I'll keep it really brief. Thank you very much to the COMESA Secretariat for the opportunity, the COMESA Business Council, given to the AFDB group to share today. You know, regional integration is Africa's development pathway of choice. And this is why the African Development Bank Group is committed to supporting regional integration. We have a strong and valued partnership with COMESA Secretariat across a range of areas, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's 50 Women Speak, whether it's transport corridors and so on and so forth. And so under the leadership of President Sidi Ould Tah, we are committing and recommitting our force in continuing to work with COMESA. We see huge opportunities, especially in the realm of industrialization. When you think about Africa today, there's so many opportunities in deepening COMESA's own integration, but also in seizing the opportunities in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so we look forward to working with COMESA in this regard. Conversations are ongoing with the COMESA Business Council, and we look very much forward to coming back next year and talking a little bit more about what that looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kategekwa, for keeping it very short. And I would like to invite KNCCI, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Acting CEO, that is KK Mutai. If you are in the room, kindly join us here on the front. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes on.
Okay, thank you so much for this great opportunity. My name is KK Mutai, CEO, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I think it has, let me ride on the already established protocols. First and foremost, I think it is great privilege for KNCCI to join you at this 18th COMESA business. I agree with I agree COMESA is a great opportunity. We need to seize this opportunity. The large market and the large market size, the common heritage, the destiny, which we all share the same destiny, I think, and the great social and economic cooperation. I think we have an opportunity as a region, no doubt about it. We share the boundaries, the the inter-border and cross-border trade within the region. Allow me to begin to congratulate the COMESA Secretariat and all the sponsors for sustaining this vital engagement that continues to shape the region's economic and industrial agenda. The consistency of this forum over the years is a clear testament to the power of partnerships between governments, the private sector, the civil society, and the development partners. As one of the proud sponsors of this year's forum, KNCCI, that is Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, reaffirms our commitment to advancing regional dialogue, promoting sustainable trade, and ensuring that African businesses remain competitive in a global marketplace. Briefly, at KNCCI, or the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we believe that regional integration must be private-driven. Across COMESA, the 21 or the over 21 member states, enterprises, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, are responsible for nearly over 80% of employment and contribute over 60% of GDP within the region. These businesses are the real engines of inclusive growth and social transformation. Lastly, KNCCI, where we represent over 100,000 businesses across the Kenya's 47 counties, serving as the bridge between the private sector and the government. Through partnerships with regional chambers, we facilitate trade missions, business-to-business linkages, policy advocacy to unlock opportunities within the COMESA market with over 600 million inhabitants or people. However, for integration to translate into tangible benefits, we must work collectively to remove persistent barriers, such as non-tariff measures, high logistics costs, and fragmented border procedures that continue to impede trade across the region. Lastly, distinguished delegates, the 18th COMESA Business Forum is more than a gathering. It is a catalyst for action. The private sector, represented by Kenya Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and our counterparts across the region, stand ready to lead through the innovation, investment, and enterprise. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening. Good evening.
Thank you very much for your words representing the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that is the acting CEO, KK Mutai. Now, I would like to welcome a representative from KIPI, that is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. If there is a representative from KIPI in the room? Going once, going twice. All right, thank you. We will move on to the closing session for this particular day. We will jump the coffee break. And let me hand it over to my colleague O'Brien to lead us through that session. Thank you.
Thank you. Some rounds of applause for Betty. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, I must admit that you're quite phenomenal that you're still around despite the urge to go and visit the great city of Nairobi. You decided to stick around, and I know that there will be time for that. And by the way, if you haven't visited our national parks, then you're committing a crime. You need not to leave this country before you visit our national parks, our museums. And by the way, from where we are, about 15 kilometers south of Nairobi, there's a world-class Nairobi National Park. And about 10 kilometers from where we are, west of Nairobi, there is the world-acclaimed National Museum of Kenya. And about 700 kilometers from where we are, you can visit the Lamu Archipelago, which is a UNESCO heritage site. And about 675 kilometers from where you are, you can visit Turkana County, which is the home of mankind. It's good to go home and see where you came from. Sindio, is that okay? Yeah, just go there, have a look at the lake, just walk around and see where your great ancestors came from. It's a beautiful time. And of course, Nairobi is also known as the shopping capital of Africa. You can't live here without sampling some of the best shopping destinations and shopping malls here in Africa. I know I am standing between you, closing remarks and coffee. I don't want to do that. I want to invite Mr. James Chimwanza, the president of CBC, to take us through the resolutions of the forum. Mr. James Chimwanza, the president of COMESA Business Council, are you in the house? Yes, he's coming. That is the man who is going to share with us the resolutions of the House, and this is where silence is needed and attention is critical, because he's coming with a very serious document. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director of Ceremonies. Before I offer the COMESA draft declaration, I just would like to ask the board members of COMESA Business Council who are present here to just stand where you are and wave so that we are all seen. Board members. Okay, some have stepped out, but at least we've got, there's quite a bit of good gender. At least two ladies have stood up and a gentleman and another. But they were all here. They may have just stepped out. But I thought I should ask them to stand and that we all see them. Because what I'm going to read here is the work of the entire CBC team. All protocols observed. I am going to read the COMESA Business Draft Declaration of 2025. We, the regional business community, under the umbrella of COMESA Business Council, herein present COMESA Business Declaration 2025 of the 18th COMESA Business Forum under the theme, Leveraging Digitalization to Deepen Regional Chains for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth, held on 7th October 2025 in Nairobi, Kenya, at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, KICC. Expressing our gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, the government and people of Kenya for hosting the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Express gratitude to the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, for opening the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Furthermore, expressing gratitude to the COMESA Secretariat, COMESA institutions, partners and sponsors for supporting the 18th Business Forum. The key resolutions of the Business Declaration were discussed and agreed upon during the forum. They will be presented to the 24th Summit of the COMESA Heads of State and Government on 9th October 2025 as a declaration by the business community in the common market for their consideration. We hereby declare as follows. 1, general. A, COMESA member states are urged to consider fast-tracking the resolution of the existing long-standing non-tariff barriers, NTBS, which are adversely affecting intra-COMESA trade. B, COMESA member states should consolidate and deepen the implementation of COMESA Free Trade Area, FTA, and COMESA EAC SADC Tripartite Free Trade Area, TFTA, as steps towards the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement, as well as moving towards convergence to the realization of Africa Economic Community, ECA, AEC. C, COMESA member states should align national development plans and economic policies to commitments undertaken under the COMESA Treaty. D, COMESA Secretariat and institutions to work together to create awareness of COMESA trade facilitation instruments such as COMESA Yellow Card. 2, boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture to enhance value chain competitiveness. A, member states and the private sector to prioritize investment in integrated market infrastructure, including rural processing hubs, comprehensive cold chain networks from farm gate to export markets, and digitally enabled logistics corridors that reduce post-harvest losses and ensure compliance with international quality standards for key value chains such as horticulture and other key value chains. B, COMESA institutions, TDB, ATIDI, ZEPRI, and development partners are urged to mobilize blended finance to establish market and trade-related facilities in strategic production zones. C, COMESA member states to leverage on the digital information system like Regional Food Balance Sheet, RFBS, to identify regional food supply gaps, optimize resource allocations, and design targeted interventions for enhancing food security and trade. D, COMESA member states to encourage digital warehouse receipt system in order to reduce post-harvest losses in COMESA by enabling farmers to store produce in certified warehouses and receive digital receipts, transforming them into bankable collateral for loans, thus improving market access, price stability, and income for smallholder farmers. E, COMESA seed trade harmonization regulations to be implemented across COMESA to improve access for smallholder farmers to quality and improved seeds, which is critical for increased agricultural productivity. It will also facilitate the trade of high-quality, climate-resilient seeds, improving access to farmers, boosting regional productivity. 3, digitalization of trade in COMESA. Encourage COMESA member states to accelerate the adoption and use of digital platforms for customs clearance, e-certificates of country of origin, and trade finance instruments to streamline cross-border trade across the region. 4, promotion of investment COMESA region. COMESA member states are urged to continue maintaining African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDI's preferred credit status, PCS, to enhance the organization's ability to operate effectively across COMESA, increase investor confidence, and continue de-risking trade and investment for COMESA member states. B, establish COMESA regional digital platforms for investments and trade credit risk data sharing to de-risk supply chains and strengthen resilience of SMEs development, cross-border trade, and investments across the region. C, promote digital financial solutions and partnerships with the development finance institutions, DFIs, insurers, and fintechs to expand access to affordable financing for women, youth, and SMEs along regional value chains. 5, enhancing trade throughout digital transformation, focusing on logistics and transport. A, regional manufacturers to consider participating on the digital supply chain platform to facilitate reduction of costs, increasing efficiency, and expanding market reach throughout technologies and e-commerce platforms. Through technologies and e-commerce platforms. B, COMESA member states are also urged to promote regional flight connectivity and put measures in place to facilitate reduction of regional travel costs to encourage regional and international travelers, especially tourists. 6, movement of business persons in the COMESA region. COMESA member states are urged to continue removing restrictions on the free movement of people and urge COMESA Business Council and COMESA Secretariat to fully implement the decision of the COMESA Council of Ministers on development of COMESA Business Visa to facilitate the movement of business persons and reduce the cost of doing business. That marks the declaration draft. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. President, for taking us through the resolutions. And I am excited about digitization and, of course, giving small businesses access to bigger markets within the COMESA region. And I hope that these conversations will continue to ensure that the COMESA the CBC 18 doesn't become just a talk shop, but it becomes a platform where critical dialogue happened and the way forward was identified. Allow me now to invite Government of Kenya representative who is going to move a vote of thanks. This is none other than the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade, Ms. Ombam. Let's give her a round of applause. By the way, she's been with us throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, and if we decide to continue throughout the night, she's going to be with us. Is it true? Yes, indeed, but we are not planning to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the 18th COMESA Business Forum High-Level Dialogue to a close, it is my privilege once again on behalf of the Government of Kenya and the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry to convey our sincere gratitude. First, I wish to thank our guest of honor, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, the COMESA Secretariat, and the COMESA Business Council, because your support has underscored the importance of this dialogue, not only to Kenya, but to the wider COMESA region. I wish to acknowledge our panelists, moderators, and speakers for the depth of insights and the practical recommendations shared. The quality of discussions today has reflected both the expertise within our region and our collective resolve to address the challenges and opportunities before us. To our private sector leaders, development partners, and our captains of industry, your contributions have been invaluable. It is through your partnerships that we will translate policy into action and drive inclusive and sustainable growth across COMESA. To all participants, I thank you for your active engagement. The recommendations generated here will form part of the COMESA Business Declaration to be presented to the Summit of Heads of State and Government, ensuring that the voice of the private sector is well reflected at the highest level. Distinguished delegates, today we have reaffirmed that by harnessing digitalization, deepening regional value chains, and strengthening collaboration, COMESA can unlock unprecedented opportunities for our people. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Madam PS, for keeping it short and simple. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the tail end of this meeting today. And to give the closing remarks, I want to invite on stage Dr. Dev Haman, Assistant Secretary General, Administration and Finance at COMESA. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good evening to all of you. I can see how productive you have been during the whole day. First of all, to be here seated, and secondly, listening to all the speakers, and thirdly, also to be listening to me. But first of all, let me recognize and extend our gratitude to our host. And here we have the Principal Secretary, who has just spoken before me, and through her to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Lee, and through the Minister to the Cabinet Secretary. We want to really acknowledge our guest of honor who came here this morning, and he gave a very wonderful, I would say, keynote. I would also like through him now to recognize our host, the President of the Republic of Kenya. With that said, I would like also to give a big thank to all our speakers and you, the participants, and also those who have come from far to share the experiences with us. It is the 18th Business Forum, but in terms of bringing it to such a level, such a high level where we bring the business sector in touch with the public sector, in touch with academia, and also in touch with the rest of the world. It is the third edition. Now, I would like to recognize my two bosses who were here in the morning. As you can see, Mr. Cindy Sogwenya, the former Secretary General. There was another one, Erastus Mwencha, who left. And they were telling me, Dave, well done and congratulations. But I say, I learned from you, Mr. Cindy Sogwenya. I learned from Erastus Mwencha. I also learned from my current boss. But I also learned from all of you. COMESA is a listener. We don't just move without listening to your voice. We can only move when you tell us in which direction to move. And that is what COMESA is all about. You told us that bring digitalization closer to you. And this is what has already started. I'm sure you benefited. I don't have to go through all those things that COMESA, together with its institutions, are doing, and together with its partners. Of course, we have heard about the pace at which we should be moving. We should be moving. I think one of my colleagues from the institution was saying that time has come not for us to walk, but to do what we call to run, to catch up with the rest of the world. Yes, we have to catch up. But it is possible because we have a population that is very young. Africa is a continent that has got almost 70% of the youth and the women. And the youth can really, the fastest runner comes from Kenya. I'm sure you have watched on the TV. And the fastest, I would say, entrepreneurship. The people who have got innovative minds are also from Africa. And we have a market. I want to bring 2 or 3 corrections for my colleagues, the media. I know that you are not the one responsible, but it is the information, the way it has been circulated. COMESA is a market of 682 million people. A market of 682 million. So going forward, I hope whatever we say it is a market of 682 million. Secondly, the GDP of COMESA is 1.1 plus trillion dollars. I know that our website or maybe some of the magazine may be carrying maybe some information which you have picked, but 682 million, GDP of 1.1 trillion plus, and our area is 12 million square kilometers. 12 million square kilometers. Now you can imagine with 12 million square kilometers what we can do. And that's the reason why we brought to you the buyers from Europe. We brought to you the buyers from Europe with the help of the EU so that they speak directly to our farmers. They speak directly to our producers so that we can take advantage of that market. Today, what we are doing, we do not want to focus on external suppliers. Because if we have 682 million customers or consumers, we need to have suppliers, manufacturers from within. That is what we are doing. You have a market of 682, but why should we get suppliers from outside? Of course, I'm not saying that we don't need. Or why should we be not having suppliers from within? And that's the reason why we requested our suppliers here to come and talk to the government, talk to the public sector, and we have taken note from the declaration that you have just heard. Of course, digitalization is the priority for all of us, not only for COMESA, even our development partners officers, because really we want to grow our GDP from 1.1 trillion to 2 trillion. You know, 1 trillion will represent 1/3 of the continent. So we want to grow it to 2 trillion. And it can only be possible if we use or leverage on digitalization. Of course, we heard bottlenecks for you to be doing your trade. We are removing those bottlenecks. And the private sector, please help us also to remove the bottlenecks. And we're also making an appeal to the public sector. Let's not bring new bottlenecks, but instead we need to remove. Now we go to a bigger market than 682 million, which is now the tripartite. The tripartite market, which consists of the East African Community, COMESA, and SADC. It is 800 million people. You can imagine how big is that market. And now you suppliers, you manufacturers, you SMEs, this is your market. And nobody can deprive you of this market. Of course, we brought the bank to you, our TDB Bank, who started with 10 million. Today they are grown into 10 billion. We brought RTD in terms of the business underwriting that they are doing, 88 billion. We brought the Competition Commission so that you know your rights. We brought the leather and leather products so that you know the market of leather that we have here. We brought our women in business, the Federation of the Women in Business, and we brought so many of them so that you take advantage. Now, my two bosses were even telling me that what you are doing once in a year is not enough. I do agree with them, but we will not be able to be present in all these 21 countries throughout the whole year. And that's where now we request the government, our coordinating ministries, and what Ms. Regina has done, sensitize the Kenyan. And we want every coordinating ministry in the COMESA region to sensitize the people of COMESA. And that is very, very critical, and we need you to do that. The media people, I think before Monday, I was told that very few people knew about what was COMESA. And Madam Regina, Miss Regina had to appear on the TV. And he taught and he gave the lesson to everybody. Today there are people who are coming to me and saying, do you know what COMESA is? It's a trading block and we can do business. Are you doing business? I say, yes, I'm doing business. So there are people coming and interacting and saying, what COMESA? And this is what we want to see. We want you people to be an agent. You have information, share the information. Government alone will not be able, but you will be able to do that. So I have come here to thank all of you and to invite you for the next edition of the Business Forum, which is going to take place in another country. But in the meantime, please keep reading our website. Please keep reading our brochure, our newspaper, our newsletter. If you are not receiving our daily or our weekly newsletter, I have requested my colleague from the PR to get your name and to be sending you the newsletter that is being produced at least twice a week, so that you know what all the things happening. And to my surprise today, and when I saw it in the declaration, I heard in the declaration that COMESA yellow card, which we always thought was the most known product of COMESA, came to be a product that has been least known. It looks like we are not crossing the borders. If we have crossed the border once in a while, or once in a while, you must have used the yellow card, unless you have used something else, unless you have used another document. But anyone who has crossed the border should have used the yellow card. So, yes, we shall do that, but also we shall make sure that you get to know other products. Now, to come to an end, I would like to say once again that as from tomorrow, we will be going into serious business. Tomorrow is a meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and this is a very close session. But then after the tomorrow meeting, we have the summit, which for the opening, and I believe you have registered yourself. And of course, I hope now you have learned more about COMESA, but in case you have not, Madam Regina is here, COMESA Secretariat is here. We have a booth inside there. We have an exhibition booth where all the COMESA institutions are present, and they will be giving you the information. So thank you very much, and hope to see you soon. And I hope you have benefited greatly from this session, and we would like to thank again once more our host, Madam Regina, who has been with us, representing the whole ministry, the whole government, and you, people from all over COMESA region, even from outside. So I thank you very much, and we keep being in touch. Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me 2 minutes for remaining. I'm told that I'm remaining with 2 minutes. They say, no, I've exhausted it.
That was 3 minutes ago. Thank you very much. Indeed, Dr. Dev Harman, Assistant Secretary General, Admin and Finance at COMESA. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, even the best dance must come to an end. And that is what exactly is happening at this moment. And I am inspired by the anthem of the African Union, O sons of Africa and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. If you didn't capture anything else this day, capture that with you. We're coming to the end of this conversation, and tea break, or the final coffee break of the day, is happening just right under where we are. This is at the Lenana Hall, which is one ground. Do we say ground? One floor, whatever you call it, is just down here. That is where the tea is going to take place. And we also reminded that there is a very interesting conversation that will be taking place tomorrow, which is being driven by COMESA, Federation of Women in Business. It's going to take place at the Shimba Hills, which is on first floor. And all of us are requested to join that conversation tomorrow, as from 9 in the a.m. to 11 in the a.m. I want to invite Betty Kiptum with a critical announcement before we can call it an evening.
Thank you, O'Brien. I have not prepared a powerful quote to end the day. However, I am informed that the people who had registered for tomorrow's farm visits, tomorrow is a continuation of yesterday's COMESA EU Horticulture Connect. So those who had registered, it is fully registered. You cannot register right now. You're reminded to be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The buses will be ferrying you to the farms, and do not worry, you will be catered for in terms of snacks and water. So just avail yourself at 8 a.m. tomorrow in the morning, and you will be taken for your farm visits. Thank you very much. I think it's time to release you now. It has been quite the day. It has been an honor to be one of your MCs during this event. I very much appreciate your participation and your patience this far. My name is Betty Kiptum. Let us connect on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're going to close it with a stylish clap, so let us all be upstanding. We're going to teach you something new that you can take home. And when you go, please exercise these greetings, okay? I mean, this kind of clapping. So we call it the Moi clap. You know, it is associated with a former president of this Republic of Kenya. He's now the late. So this is how we do it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sawa sawa. All right. Now I can see you're great students. All right. So and in 1, 2, 3, let's go. Thank you, everyone, for coming, for listening, for participating, and for getting the message back home. Funga, fungua. Thank you very much. Go and enjoy your tea and coffee. We wish to see you again sometimes in the future. Thank you and bye for now.